Yo, yo, good morning. Ooh. Oh. Yo, yo, good morning, good morning. Jeez. Yeah, good morning, good morning. Something happened to my jaw. Like a sharp pain. I don't even know what that was. I have no clue. It's kind of weird. Anyways. Yeah, good morning, folks. Good morning, good morning. Excuse me. Cup. Whoa. Feels weird. Suck. Alrighty, let's roll. Good morning, good morning. Alrighty. Put some music on. I can't even hear it. Ooh. Yeah, good morning, folks. Good morning, good morning. Let's do a bigger bowl of this. I love dwarves. I think it's a going thing here, thankfully. That is a good thing, sir. The more the merrier. It's a reoccurring theme. A good theme. That is true. Or maybe you need Westerns, Arthur Morgan, the Dutch Vanderlyn gang. Very honorary mentions. Let's see if this is any good. Nope. No, this isn't puttying. This is just, I'm just holding it with putty. Just blue tack. It's just easier to work on pieces if they're tiny. Yeah, there's nothing crazy. You're just cleaning parts. That's it. The putty stage is fun. It's interesting. Not everything needs putty, but it's just a matter of, like, if you want to make it seamless, which most people don't at all. But you could do it, for sure. A lot of the older minis have, like, notorious gaps. Notorious gaps. I don't manage YouTube, so I have no idea. It's a next year thing for me. It is a next year thing to handle, which is soon. Yo, good morning, good morning. It is 6:40 a.m. here. And I would love to say my schedule is back on track, but by God, it's pretty bad. I would love it to be back to normal, but, oh man. It is not fun. I miss having a schedule. A good one. Let's use different putty. Let's use this instead of blue tack. Ooh. And mochi hairs and everything. Mm-mm-mm-mm. God, there's literally mochi here and everything. Ew. Get this out of here. Okay, fuck this. It's too riddled with hair. Good Christ in heaven. One sec. Good Christ in heaven. Where did that go? I've got a big gap between my armrest and desk, and these things just fucking go where they want. Okay. Okay, looks good. Looks good enough. Oh, man. Let us clean this up. Hello, sir. Maybe. Maybe just to keep it fresh. That or just some metal minis, I'm not sure, but metal minis typically take a bit of, finagling. Slightly different setup to work with, at least for my, my metal workings. It'll be one of those two. Or maybe just burlap, I'm not sure. It'll be something. Yeah. I still need to make about four war machines. I don't even know if I have, well, no, I've got enough now. What am I saying? I have enough. Yeah, I gotta make 2 organ guns and 2 cannons. Which might be a bit overkill, but who knows. We're just gonna roll with it. It's fine. It is what it is. Oh, they're not as killy. That's the problem. They're not very expensive points-wise, but they're not nearly as good as they once were. Look, they're okay. They're good, but... like, losing strength, losing ballistic skill, losing wounds compared to, like, 8th edition, but... you get cannons. They're still things. No self-respecting dwarf player would leave the cannons at home. Bring forth the cannons. Yeah, we'll see, though. My desk is getting really messy. I don't really mind bouncing around different projects if it's for the same army. It just keeps it fresh. You don't really get bored. Scraping Thunderers and then Warriors and then Cannons and Burlock and Engineers and all these different things. At least it keeps it somewhat fresh. Gyrocopters. It's kind of a lot to work on, though. 4 War Machines with, like, 12 crew. It's like an entire unit of infantry. And they're just the crew. Good lord. Well, there's a hand axe. Oh, man. 20 minutes for one little weapon. Although, it's virtually done. Goes like this, and then you put it like this. And then you've got the left-handed shield, and then it goes like this. The shield isn't cleaned, but it's good enough for now. God. Lovely. And then you've got a left-handed dwarf warrior. Instead of the traditional, everyone's right-handed. Cool. Is it 5 dwarf warriors? Oh, man. Is it 5? We have 20 to make. Oy, oy, oy. Should probably clean maybe 2 more arms, and we should be set. Which it can be... not this one. Where are the other arms for the warriors? Well, I'm gonna play I'm gonna go for 2K, for sure. 750 and stuff like that is feasible, but... I had a lot more points than 2K back in the day. So many more points than 2K. So many more. What was it again? Oh, right, it was this one. Oh. These two should be fine for now. Then I can keep finagling the poses and axe heads and everything. Finagling the poses. Okay. Well, let's do it. No time like the present to clean plastic on a Sunday morning. No time like the present. Lovely. Yeah. I mean, I'd like to clean this desk up. Ah, man, if I had more space. Just slightly, but it's fine. Space is the issue, but I'm not here forever, so... My desk is a mess. There's no room for anything. Am I dying? Well, I'm moving this year sometime. I'd at least be interested in maybe cleaning everything up before that. Assembling everything. It is a lot of work, though. Like, a 2,000-point army from the ground up is quite a bit. Ideally, though, I do start doing, I want to start doing some videos for YouTube on this channel. And then maybe have, like, Ivana edit them for, like, a pack of Pokemon. We'll see. I have absolutely no idea yet. Or maybe even my brother, if he's got a bit of time. He's very busy. He's in the military. Gotta put some YouTube videos out on this channel. Just roll with it. I think I'm already bald, so no. I'm completely bald. And it was for free, right? I'm bald. Bald as a baby. Everyone knows if you play League and do Warhammer, you are automatically bald. Turbo bald. Baldest motherfucker out there. All of the emotes in this channel are bald. All the sub icons. They're a bunch of bald dwarves. That's not even an edit, that's AI. It's literally AI. It's trash. That is a... It's so stupid. Some people believe it. I mean, because it's true, so I don't blame them. But that's AI. Whoever worked on that video is a fiend. Thank God you can't smell it. Thank the gods you cannot smell it. The fact that it even made it into an emote is even worse. It's everywhere. I'll never beat the allegations. I'll be defined by the hair on my head. Or the lack thereof. I think when I was younger, I had a I had an afro. It wasn't really an afro, but it was more of like a scraggly mop, and it was large. My hair's all over the place. The mop. The Mop Chronicles. Balls, sir. Big dwarven balls. Big Dowie ancestral beads. Short. Should be a sticker. No, I've already done them off stream. No, that's long gone now. It was done off stream. Ivana wanted to. Supposed to be on stream, but she wanted to do that, so. I actually pulled some pretty decent cards. I pulled the only card that I pretty much needed, which was like Misfortune's signature spell. So eventually one day I will play, but not right now. I've pretty much pulled every card that I've seemingly wanted to play with. I may need dupes, because like you can play up to 3 of the same card, but most of the deck is done. Everything left would be like cheap cards. Like just run-of-the-mill, commons. Nothing expensive if I wanted to play. Run of the mill. You know what? It is insane to think that the boxes I've opened were all Bilgewater themed. Specifically the first and third box. The first box was nuts. Like, I'd seen on Twitter that LS had opened like 15 of them, 16 booster boxes, and he got nothing compared to, or not, he didn't get nothing, he got pretty much everything, but like, no segs. Within the first 4 packs of like, the base set, I got a signature card. It's just luck. It's just dumb luck. Yeah, I mean, he's got a lot of cards. If I was in North America, I'd probably hit him up for, like, certain ones that I don't have. I ended up getting, like, a bunch of weird Kaisas and alt-arts and things for characters I'm never going to play. So I might sell them. Trade them, I'm not sure. I don't really do TCGs, but, yeah. If I don't want to use the cards, I'm never going to. Like, Kaisa will never be played. I just don't care about that character at all. Or you hold on to them, and in the future, you know, when people want chopped up base set whitening on every card, you can dig back into the vault and bring them out. Some Dowie artifacts. I mean, most people will hold. Typically, when it comes to TCGs, if you've got, like, a decent collection, you know, I'm not in it for the money, but I've pulled cards that I genuinely don't care about, so I'd rather just get the money for them and then have other people play them or collect them. Especially when I can just use the hobby to fund the hobby, it makes sense. Sell the stuff I have that I don't want and then just buy the ones I do. It's its own little self-contained ecosystem. That'd be nice. But yeah, most of the cards I'm missing are just commons, so they're really cheap. That's going to be in December when my brother's back. I was actually talking to Ivana about it as well. This PC needs a bit of an update, and the other PC I want to maybe bring on like a better something. I don't think I'm going to go for a dual PC setup. I'm just going to try and upgrade the one I have to make it better. 2 PCs are just way too much. I don't have the space. I don't have the power. I've had power outages because the breakers have been getting thrown. There's just too much going through it. So I've tried to dial it back. So I think just better parts. I'd rather keep it convenient than inconvenient. We'll see, though, because I've upgraded, I've been trying to find things that maybe will help. This PC needs some help. This thing is, like, dusty as fuck. This is like one. This is. I mean, I kind of wiped it, but it was like infinitely worse. And this is like caked all throughout the PC. Yeah. There's a reason this PC stutters. The case is way too big as well. Whoever made this PC is like Satan. The case is like a coffin. For how shit it is. Yeah, so I gotta work on that. I need some upgrades. I think the only upgrades I've had since the event ended was... I went through my storage and I pulled out a certain keyboard. I found a mouse. So I put those back in. I ended up getting a Stream Deck, which is pretty useful, to be honest. The RAM for the main PC was one. Yeah, that was good. A new monitor. The capture card for the PlayStation. Things to just run the stream, essentially. The Stream Deck being, like, the only thing that you technically don't need, but it is great for, like, workflow and what you have to do. Sometimes you just want to press a button to kind of, like, you know, literally just do that. Which is great. And you can hotkey them for, like, anything. It's not just scene selection, it's sounds, it's alerts. Opening apps, closing apps, doing certain things. It's just a big macro, box. Yeah. I do need to update my PCs, though. I'm going to do it in December, because that's when I'm going to decide to whether or not I want, like, the standing desk. The initial goal was to get one, and then the guy I'm working with right now for my back basically said, don't even waste your money. You're just going to shrimp. But we'll see. You're going to shrimp. There's no way this PC plays... I mean, this PC even struggles with, like, Total War, and most PCs will. Total War is not, like, an easy game to run, but the other PC we've been playing on is, like, great. It's actually pretty solid, but this one's old. This one needs some cleaning, it needs some updates. New RAM would be nice as well. I was talking to Ivana last night about that very briefly. Cool. PC upgrades are not fun, because they're very expensive, but if you do it for a living, it's kind of a must. And it's nice to see what it is. Is it expensive? When I picked up RAM, it was really cheap. It was on Amazon for, like, less than $100 for, like, 2 sticks of, I don't know, 30 gigs or something. Is it really? Really? What, is just people want them? Is that why? AI training? Oh. So my livelihood is now affected by AI? Really? So strange. Well, I'll still look into it because I need it, but I'm not going to cave and be like, man, let's go support the scalpers. Yeah, we'll see. Because I thought it was really cheap. Like, I don't really buy PC parts. I'm not one to upgrade things, but I've had to basically run the stream. Like, half the games we've been playing was because of RAM or, like, a PlayStation. Just a variety of things. So for me, it's very important, but... Really? Holy shit. That's expensive. I'll check Amazon, for sure. This is a Cannon Fiber Strumtrup. Or Sturmtrupp. The band is Kanonenfieber. It's like a World War German atrocity band. It's like Sabaton. DJ, hello, sir. Yeah, I'm gonna be looking into that, because that's fucking nuts. I probably should have bought more RAM at the time, but I had no clue. I don't really buy PC parts willy-nilly. And I typically have multiple people kind of like guide me through it, because I have no fucking clue. You know, I never really understood how to build PCs. Everyone says they're very easy, but yeah, I'm not really... I'm not, like, the most knowledgeable on things like that. Scalpers. Well, if there's anything that is usually scalped on GW, it's like value boxes and merch. Books, usually. Those things are pretty bad. Download more Wham! Dedicated Wham! I have no clue. 36 gig, I think. Not on this PC, though. This PC's... God knows, I have no clue. Yeah, you're a good man. Peace, buddy. Feast on some meat. Yum. Well, I mean, the camera we're using on stream right now was suggested by chat, so that was good. Some people know their stuff for sure. For the PC, though, I've got like a few people in my corner who know a little bit at least, but everyone's very knowledgeable on something, which is nice. Cool. And now it's cleaned and... hmm. There we go. That is good enough. Excellent. Well, let's put this together, and this guy's kind of posed and done for now. Outside of the shield. There we go. Record, hello, sir. The Europeans are here. It's the afternoon. Cool. Yeah, I'm going to have to look into the prices, though, for RAM, and just everything in general, because, again, when I got into it, it was, like, very, very affordable. Not like, oh my god, 3 times, 4 times the price, get scalped. But I'll most likely take to, like, the local Canada computers, or maybe, like, Amazon. We'll see. Alright, let's get a base. This guy can join his clan brethren for now. It's gonna be 20 warriors. It's just a block of, like, static combat res. Walk up the middle of the board, don't do anything. Hold an objective, maybe. Yeah, just 20 dwarf warriors. There. 20 dwarf. Well, I've got, what, 4, 6 kind of made a little bit, but yeah, I gotta do Thunderers, Warriors. Tons of different things. We're not even close to finishing. Yeah, that's cool. Dwarf Warriors are great. Can't go wrong with, some cheap infantry. Great weapons, shields, the usual. Good save, good damage. But, yeah, crypto and AI are killing PC building. I feel like they kill everything. First it was your jobs, and now it's your fun. Not a good time. But, yeah, we'll see when I go price things out. What dwarf hold were you gonna do? Or rather, what list, I should say, like, Grand Army? Royal Clans? It's just, it doesn't even matter what I take here. No, everything's expensive, man. PCs, PC parts, any sort of technology. Like, thank God I'm not really interested in half this stuff. I just kind of have it because I stream for a living, but, yeah. I know some people who really enjoy, you know, having amazing PC parts and all that stuff, but it really just racks up over time. It's pretty nuts. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, if you want to share your stuff, man, we have a Discord. Are you doing Carrick Norn because of doing the Dragonback? If you've read that book, which is a very good book, a very heartfelt book. Oh, well, the game is pretty fun, though. It's certainly worth a try if you haven't played it yet. I haven't played Old World, but I've played the previous 2 editions of Fantasy, but it's a little bit more tame for dwarves, I should say. Okay, if you really like Carrick Norn, please go read Doom of the Dragonback. I won't say anything more, but yeah, Doom of the Dragonback is like the one thing you probably want to read for that. If you do want to read, because I know not everyone enjoys it, but that's like one of the explicitly Carrick Norn leading books. Yeah. You know, I think a lot of people who do the hobby don't necessarily want to read the books, but if you do, they're awesome. It is, but I don't want to spoil it, but Carrick Norn is... I don't want to spoil it. Carrick Norn is there. You'll be pleasantly surprised with, like, what becomes of Ekrond. Well, not really, actually. It's a very awful thing. But it's a very... I don't want to say too much. I don't want to say too much, but it's like a bittersweet thing with Carrick Norn. Essentially. It is awesome. A bittersweet thing. Sorry, give me 1 second. 1 second, I'll be right back. 1 sec. All right, sorry, we're back. Carrick Norn was the main focus of the Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay Player's Guide. Which one? I know Cubicle 7 is doing, is that... Oh, I only got the first one, which was more of, like, a lot of the previous roleplay stuff kind of brought to bear and refreshed. They did a second book. I don't own it. Is it one of the new, Cubicle 7 books? Because I think the only other dwarf roleplay book that, like, explicitly went into a hold was, I want to say Asgal. There was, like, 2 of them. God, it's such a long... It's the second book, okay. I don't own the second book, actually, but I did order it. I don't have it yet. I don't know where it is. Yeah, that'll be cool. Yeah, Carricknorn, I don't know what the book states. But yeah, if you really like that hold, man, I really suggest doing the Dragonback. In a sense, it's almost even possibly the origins of Carricknorn. I don't want to say much, though. But yeah. I think I've had that on order for a while, it just hasn't come in. I know Cubicle 7, they give you the PDFs of, like, the book when you buy it, but I haven't even flipped through it. So I should probably reach out and see where that is, because I had the collector's edition. Oops. Yeah, it's, well, you know, if you get around to it, though, it's fun. Carricknorn. The one thing that kind of triggered me was, I don't know if you were playing fantasy or, like, did anything fantasy back in the day, but they did heraldry books for, like, 8th edition, I think it was, and they did, I think they had elves. Oh, they had Skaven with the Skaven clans. They had Empire with the states. I wish they did a dwarf one, because if you've got some sort of heraldry and foundings and very distinct holds, it'd be awesome if it was in that book, but maybe one day, if the old world gets big enough, which right now it is, it's awesome, but I'd love for them to do more of like a standard overview of everything, with like prominent clans and things, yeah. They didn't get too far with it, yeah. It was really, really well done, but it would have been amazing to kind of see that in full force with, like, every army. The different green skin tribes, just everything. It's a lot of fun inspiration, for sure. Like, the dwarf one would have went really hard. That would have been awesome. But alas, there is nothing, unfortunately. Visual guides are great. I think they're doing some for 40k right now, which is awesome. As I grew up on the Star Wars visual guides and all that stuff way back when. So the Warhammer ones are always fun to flip through. But yeah, if you want to post anything, man, we have a Discord. People post whatever. Minis, games, could be anything. Post, post, post. You can... We don't really do links here. Typically, I'd prefer the links in Discord, but if it's like an Instagram or something... I don't even know if I can give you permission. Hang on. Let's see. Have I done Slayers? A long time ago, yes, but for this army, I've only got about 4 Doomseekers. So this army's not really going to have any Slayers, but... One sec. It will have Doomseekers, which is cool. Let me try and give you permission. How do I give permission? How do you give people permission? One sec. Honestly, if you're in the Discord, it's a little bit easier because I'm going to try and give you permission, but, yeah. You want to see a Slayer or a Doomseeker? Permit? So I don't have the mage yet. They're right here. I actually still have some of these somewhere from, like, the Storm of Chaos, but I don't know where the fuck they are. So I just said, here's some. Yeah, you get all 4 sculpts, which is nice. I think previously they only came in pairs of 2. But, yeah. Yeah, see, I don't think it's gonna work. I think I disabled alerts, or not alerts, sorry, links a long time ago for, like, this chat room, and I just don't know how to do it. Doomseekers are fun, yeah. I'm just gonna use them as, KG... I mean, you want them to die because then the enemy doesn't get points. If they live, they get points. But I'm just gonna use them as more of, like, a KG, kind of, babysitting unit. And pray they just die. I'm gonna pray they get shit on. That's the goal. So... If you want to hit my gun line, you're going to have to go through dangerous terrain, a shit ton of shooting, and Doomseekers. That's the goal. If you're in the Discord, you can post it in general if you want. Or maybe stream sharing might be a good one. Yeah, Cannon Fiber is really good. They're a very good band. Very consistent, I should say. Yeah, I do see it. You're good. Oh, those are pretty cool. You're using the, are those the Sons of Ymir, I think? I believe. I don't even have an Instagram, so I'm like scrolling through it without signing in. So, I think it's the Sons of Ymir, right? It's the 3D printed stuff. It's a mixture. I gotcha. You can also drag photos into like pics or anything in the Discord. I really have to make an Instagram. I genuinely don't have one. Although I know if you're going to do like miniature hobbying, Instagram is pretty much the best place to be. Yeah, I gotcha. Avatars of War is cool. Yeah, I remember getting a bunch of those back in the day. It's like, but the guy's sculpted for Games Workshop. They're legal in a Games Workshop store. They're technically a mini from GW. Yeah, if you want to share them, though, man, just drag some photos into the Discord. Because I can only see so much on my end. How big is the stuff online? Well, you sat in a GW doing it? That's funny. No one said anything? I mean, I guess it just depends on where you go. I don't suspect anyone's going to be too anal. It's just more of like, you know, where'd you get that many? And it's like, well, not at Games Workshop. And then they gotta fucking take you out back and dispose of you. But yeah, in terms of the online stuff, I mean, YouTube content is usually big. Edited YouTube content, you know, I don't think, you know, podcasty hobby hangouts or anything. They're not much in the way of like content. You know, you're just kind of hanging out and doing something on stream. You know, the YouTube stuff is great though. Like everyone's on YouTube typically, and then you've got Instagram, which is like everyone else or both. I would say the miniature stuff is still niche, yeah, for sure, on like Twitch and whatnot. A sec. Not everyone's going to be interested in like art. You know, I don't suspect gamers to just like bow down to miniatures. Now, let's take a look. Did you post pictures? I don't see anything. Might be loading. Oh, Yorai for Infinity. Is Infinity, is it like a skirmish game? I'm not really familiar with how these games play, but I do know of them. Like, I know Infinity, I know War Machine from way back when, which seemingly was popular locally. Oh, you're good, yeah. Yeah, miniature stuff is awesome. It's just not the same content. It's vastly different. I don't mind like cross advertising, but for the sake of this channel, I do kind of want it to be its own entity. Like whatever happens in League stays in League. You know what I mean? The pollutants do not come over here. So I think it makes more sense. It's not really the same audience either, so not many people are going to want to go see League stuff or variety things. Yeah, you're good. Let's take a look. Yeah, it's just different content. That's really all it is. Not everyone's going to be inclined to like, you know, be interested in Warhammer, and then I don't expect anyone to be 100% interested in League. So yeah. That's nice, yeah. Is the Anvil Sons of Ymir? Is that what they are? I know the canon is. The Slayer. The Iron Drakes, yeah. I do see the Avatars of War stuff with like your hammers. That's cool. The Imperial Dwarves. That's fun stuff, man. That's great. I wish my biggest gripe with 3D printing is as someone who kind of likes to whittle and convert things, it's incredibly hard to kind of alter 3D sculpts. Gamac minis? Okay, yeah, there was the whole thing with that guy in GW right now. Gotcha. It's cool, though. Yeah, I wish, you know, if you're a 3D wizard and you can kind of like kit bash things in wherever, Blender, whatever it may be, you can alter them that way, but it's pretty hard to cut resin. At least curable, you know, at-home 3D printer resin. I think if one day resin became as you know, susceptible to like converting as typical plastic is, that'd be something. That'd be awesome. Oh, you buy them? Gotcha. Yeah. Well, either way, you know, I've done 3D printing. I've bought 3D prints. Don't get into 3D printing. It's a rabbit hole. Once you have a machine, it's like amazing, but also a curse. You want everything, and the process is disgusting. It's one of the worst things to deal with. Death grip of that game. League of Legends, yeah. Popo, hello, sir. Yeah, 3D printing is a blessing and a curse. The power that you wield is not something you need. Yeah. They're pretty much like phones, where it's not they become obsolete, but there's always a new one coming out for people to kind of like buy and upgrade their setup with, and then you need a bunch of like air filtration and all these different things. It's really just a mess. I enjoy 3D printing, but I would never want to take it on again, personally, unless I have like my own little place to do it in. So yeah. No, yeah, you could do everything. It's amazing. 3D printing is insanely cool. The process of 3D printing is insanely shit. It's a very, it's like a 50-50 for me, you know? You can bring anything to fruition, like, if you're good at sculpting, or if you have a scanner and you can scan stuff and bring it into reality, it's amazing what you can do. It's phenomenal. But you need, like, your own dedicated space. And if you've got, like, a good workflow with, your IPA and your curing station and everything, and it's just kind of, like, very easygoing, that's awesome. And also, air filtration and all that stuff. If everything is dialed in, awesome. Well, 3D printers aren't necessarily that big. You can get small ones for, like, relatively cheap, but the issue with getting a small one is you're like, well, what if I had a bigger one? Yeah, you could do that, man. You're good. Yeah. Well, if you've got minis, you know, you can play a game or two. You can make whatever you want with them. People 3D print entire armies. They print things to paint. It's an endless treasure trove. His work is massive, yeah. You need some, I'm assuming, pretty big printers for, like, tons of scenery. Yeah, I'm pretty much out of that business. That was a trip. In the future, if I ever get a place and I've got space and stuff like that, maybe, but it's not something I want to do right now. There is no hope for the printers. I think the coolest thing is if you can, if you're really good at sculpting, or even just want to sculpt, and you do have a 3D printer, that is, like, limitless power. You've got the ability to bring things to life digitally, and then, look, I've got new shields, or I've got new pauldrons. Like, that's awesome. But you do have to, you have to start somewhere. It is a whole hobby on its own, yeah. There's a lot of things to learn. You're essentially learning, like, a new skill. It's not as in-depth, but it's its own thing for sure. I'm pretty sure with the latest models, though, they probably solve a lot of those older issues. Most of the 3D printing problems comes from like dialing in settings, temperatures, and all that stuff. I wouldn't be surprised if the new machines just kind of do that for you, knowing that they come out with like 500 a year. The amount of brands just making them, and then, oh, this is now kind of obsolete, but not really. Here's the 4K version. They are just phones. They're essentially just phones. Yeah, storage space is a big issue. I think for me, I usually just throw things on billies from like IKEA. When I end up moving, and if I get a bigger place, or any place for that matter, that's like spacious enough, I do want to get some billies again. Billy bookcases are affordable, and they hold a shit ton of stuff. They're great. IKEA is like the place to be. Although it was better at one point, but who knows? I do paint my minis. I don't do it often, but I don't think I'm really the guy to probably take advice from on that. I think if you're starting out the hobby, most people are going to want to go with, like, what, Army Painter? Army Painter is supposedly really good for, like, beginners. I've used their paints, and I've used GW. So Games Workshop, Citadel. When it comes to paints, there's a million out there, and I tend to just stick with the ones I've known for a while. I think the one that caught my eye, but I've never tried, was Duncan Rhodes' Tooth and Coats, because he's got, like, triads where you can buy, say you want to paint green, you've got, like, the entire recipe for, like, your base, your highlights, and your layering. But, yeah, I typically stick to Games Workshop. It's just what I've known for ages, and it's not necessarily the best thing, but I would probably look around online. 20 acrylic tube paints. I wouldn't go with those. These days, there's like a million different paint brands with a variety of starter sets. But again, it could be based on budget, it could be location, it could be whatever, what colors you think look good. There's no law to, like, what you use. But I'd probably recommend the Army Painter for, like, starting out, maybe. They're usually pretty good. Outside of that, there's a million other people who paint a lot more than me, who know a lot more brands than me. Yeah. Well, yeah, depending on where you are and what you're painting, it's I think for the sake of miniature painting, you do probably want to have some sort of like established brand. It's just more convenient. You're able to kind of like go get your colors again and keep it consistent. Keep it consistent. Vallejo and AK Interactive are pretty good. Yeah, people use those. Tooth and Coats, Citadel, Army Painter. I think Monument Hobbies or something. There was a few other ones that I'm not like 100% on, but I think I want to try the metallics from Vallejo because I think they do pretty good with them, or Vallejo. I just haven't painted in like a year, a little over a year. Vallejo. Yes, sir. Same person, different name. Same shit, different day. Hey, Contran, thank you, man, for the Prime. Appreciate it. Yes. Same stuff. Just different branding. I think it's a little bit more neutral. A little bit more hobby-friendly. I do like it. Contran. I know it's not Contran, but it's Cotran. Contran! I'm bad with names. Good, sir. We're chilling for a little bit. Me and Ivana had, like, horrible bathroom problems that I won't talk about, but yeah. It was, not a very fun time. The Red Bull League? What is that? Like, a League of Legends event ran by Red Bull? That's cool. I've seen a few of those. I've, never been to any, but yeah. Everyone's usually having a good time. Usually. It's not like Twitter. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, yeah. Again, like I said, I'm sure the vibe is, like, much better than what's going on online. Yeah. Exactly. That's cool. I think, is that where they were doing the, Streamer Awards or something? The League Awards or some shit like that? I think I'd seen photos on Twitter. Clog the toilet. We don't even know what it was. It was just bad. It was not fun. Oh. My spine. My spine. I think after this, I'm just going to try and build something else. Dwarf Warriors need to, hit the back burner for a bit. Fucking 20 of these things. Oh, Lord. Dowie Warriors. It was just rain noise. I swapped it out, though. That did Dowie. Unshowered Dowie. I gotta stand up soon. Well, I did actually recently, within like the last hour. Painting, not really. Only when I'm done everything will I probably get to painting, just because it's a completely different, like, venture. Before I stopped on this channel over a year ago, we did paint stuff, but I kind of need to prepare everything to paint, and I don't really want to do that while I'm in the middle of building, so it'll most likely be when the army is completely done and ready to be painted. And then it'll just be everything at once. So we'll see how that goes. Yeah, it'll be quite a bit. I mean, painting is fun. Miniature hobbying is fun, but you do kind of need to mix it up because it is very monotonous. It's a lot of, like, the same thing over and over and over again. The painting will be at least a little bit more varied, but most of this hobby is just kind of like in stages. Scrape everything, glue everything, paint everything. The gluing is fun. It's a very easy stage. It's like super laxed tediousness to easy to laxed tediousness. We've built Lego, crazily enough. I don't really collect Lego anymore, but for the sake of nostalgia, I did build something. Lego was my, well, not entirely my childhood, but like it was a big part of it for sure, which I now no longer want to keep up with. So we're gonna go let that demon rest. The demon of nostalgia will rest. I mean, Lego is adult Lego. 40K is adult Lego, but like Lego's also adult Lego. I'm surprised you don't see Lego being scalped nearly as much as Pokemon. Or at least hear about it in like the news or anywhere. Lego needs to get with the times and gamble. No, yeah, you're not wrong, man. Honestly, it's very monotonous. You can still enjoy it because people enjoy the hobby in a variety of ways. But yeah, building a bunch of stuff and then painting them eventually is just kind of a lot. That is true. Lego is fucking... I mean, even Warhammer's expensive, but... all of these, if you're a big fan of Lego, you've got, like, a basement with, like, a Lego city. And, you know, you're fiending it, like, every release. It is very hardcore, but it's very expensive. It's probably one of the chillest things hobby-wise because there is no baggage. Lego is kind of one and done. There's no, like, Warhammer where you have to paint, play. You know, it's more of an artistic endeavor. But Lego's chill for just building and putting it away or, you know, doing whatever it is you do with it. Shelve it, sell it. Infected mushroom. They are good. Lego's very simple, though, for sure. And then you've got all the Lego mocks and everything where you can just kind of build whatever you want. It's cool. It'd be cool to see a Lego war game. That'd be fun. People have done 40k Lego. I've seen people build dwarves and space marines, and they've got, like, Chinese knockoff guard and everything. It's everywhere. Lego is forever, Warhammer's forever, Pokemon's forever. Those things are never going away. Funko, on the other hand, we'll see next year. You said the same thing about Beanie Babies and Furbies. And NFTs. La Boo Boo! La Boo Boos. Oh no, that stuff is dope. Yeah, you can do a lot of there's a lot of people who do like dioramas with Lego, and it's insane. Like the dedication people have to Lego, or pretty much for any hobby that they love, is nuts. Yeah, it's very, very cool. And I'm sure most people who do Warhammer are kind of fans of Lego to a degree, but maybe not like Lego nuts. La Boo. Labubu's are fucking expensive. Like, Warhammer is insanely expensive, but at least there's a shit ton of, like, layers to working with Warhammer, so it's kind of... You get your money's worth, usually. Like, the amount of time it takes to finish kits, paint kits. It's very expensive. I'm not going to cope. But the amount of work you can put into it is pretty cool. Labubu's just kind of are expensive and sit on shelves. It's not the same thing, obviously, but yeah, you know. Well, this arm is pretty much done, thankfully. Now I may just try and work on something else in the meantime instead of just whittling away at, like, 16 more Dwarf Warriors. Oh, it's about 14? Yeah. Roughly 14. Something different is in order. They are, yeah. That's why most people get addicted. It's like, oh my god, I pulled the Sprinkle Labubu. Sprinkle Labubu, $3,000. Yeah, it's just gambling. I think Warhammer's even doing a bit of a couple of blind boxes for their characters. Like, what the fuck? At that point, just buy the whole fucking case. Just build all 10. Everything became gambling. Most of Warhammer did not. But you do technically spend as much as you would gambling. Trying to hit it big. Go. Dowie Warrior. Not nearly done yet, but getting there. Well, the thing is, with TCGs, some people want to play, but some people want to collect, or you've got both. The collectivity of, like, hobbies has just blown the fuck up. When people realized, you know, certain cardboard pieces were worth a shit ton of money, everyone kind of flooded the hobbies and said, you know what, let's make a dime. And, hey, you do you. You do you. But, yeah, it's certainly, different. Although, I feel like it's kind of always been the case to a degree. You've always had collectors and hobbies, but, yeah. Fuck. Ooh. What do I want to work on? Oh man, I can keep doing the Dwarf Warriors, I could do the Shields, I could do Thunderers, I could do Burlock. Oh, I could try and do the metal stuff, which is going to take a fuckload of time. Oi, oi, oi. The Beanie Baby investors. Oh, you know, things change, man. You never know. Kids who were playing with, like, first edition Charizards when they were young, ripping them up, throwing them away, eating them, you never knew. And now it's like, holy shit, take me back. Take me back to the good old days. Let me buy them again. I should be washing these. Release agent. The powder. I guess we can kind of clean up some metal. I don't think I'll be sanding them right now, but I can at least cut the nubs up and do something with that. Cut off the nubs. No, these are engineers. I'm going to use these as engineers. They've got way too many things on them to be Thanes. They've all got, like, tools and cartridges and things. I don't really know what I want to do with the Thane yet. I've got the Gun Thane, but I don't think I want to use the new mini for the Gun Thane. Yeah. Now, these guys are, like, exclusively engineers. They've got way too many things going on. The Thane minis are great. Well, they're not Thanes, they're more of, like, Lords, but... Well, I think they're Thanes. Yeah, we'll most likely, because I do have to model him, I just don't know what to do yet. Thinking. Or just use the new mini. What else am I going to use him for? These are the Dwarven Engineers. Yeah. We'll use that guy, and then we'll use this guy, who's cranking out some calibrated artillery. These sculpts are awesome. Well, none of these are going to be sappers. I'm going to make my own sappers, and then I'll have, like, shovels and things on them. Maybe pickaxes. Yeah, these aren't sappers. These are, like, engineers. Calibrate the war machines, do your best. Yeah. I'm most likely going to make the sappers out of, maybe cannon crew or something. I'm not sure. We'll see. Hubert, hello, sir. Avatars of War engineer. Oh, did they make an engineer for Avatars of War? I don't think I've seen that one. Or if I have, it's just been so long ago. Let's see. Oh. Was this an STL? Is that why? I think it might have been something they've released recently. He's very Malachi coded. Yeah, for sure. He's got, like, the big double barrel. Yeah, it's cool. 3D printed? Yeah. Sappers are the guys that kind of dig out traps and entrenchments and things on the battlefield, so... Yeah, typically if you're going to model them, you're going to want to have them with, like, spades and pickaxes and things to kind of, like, dig in. Yeah, these minis are great, though. And I don't mind using classic 6.5 7th edition stuff. It's great. Expedition Force is, like, exclusively shooting. You can upgrade your marksmen, or you can upgrade your, like, thunderers and stuff like that to kind of have move and shoot, so they're not hindered. You can do that with war machines as well to have them lose toughness, and then they can move and shoot. It's very much a gunline army. Very traditional dwarves without, you know, having so much in the way of bricked infantry with, like, shields and stuff like that. Although I am still going to run dwarf warriors, but it's more of a gunline. Yeah. It's a very traditional, I'm not going to move, you're going to come to me, I'm just going to shoot you to death. It's very boring to fight. But, yeah. I don't know if they're very good, though, but they're, you know, it's a waiting game. It's like, do I take out the entire army before they get to me, or are they going to take dangerous terrain tests and then deal with, like, Doom Seekers? No, these are engineers. I mean, you can still do that with dwarves, but, like, you know, if you want the guns, you're going to go with the Expeditionary Force. If you want the elite, you're going to go with the Royal Clans. If you want the Slayers, the Slayer Host. If you just want to make like a dwarf army, you can play the Grand Army. Yeah. I mean, nothing's perfect, but the goal of the game is to just have fun, so I just want to do something that is thematic with the new book, and then still very dwarvish. Yeah, the Wood Elves are apparently they're not incredible, but they can be very good in like the right hands. Maybe. I mean, if Dogs of War do come out, you're most likely going to get Slayer Pirates. That's kind of where those guys were. They should, though, eventually. Yeah, for sure. Okay, this should be fun. Get good old Long Drong and his Slayer Pirates. Yeah. I feel like Wood Elves... I mean, High Elves are what? Probably the most popular? Considering the Old World has High Elves and Wood Elves, I mean... I'm sure most people are more inclined to play High Elves. Like, Wood Elves thematically are cool, but I don't really like them. Seems like a bit of a wild card for most people, but it's what they like. Okay. I need some clippers. Where are my metal clippers that are busted? Excuse me. One sec. Oh. Well, even dwarves are like a fan. Everyone likes dwarves. The dwarf fans are cultists. They are complete cultists. They are diehards. But yeah, it would make sense that like Empire would be up there. It's just us. There's a million different states you can kind of like pick from. Tons of variety. Very distinct variety. Cultists. I would say so. I think people who like dwarves typically love them. They don't just like them. Well, the thing that defines them is not using cavalry. That's just kind of them. They don't want things they can't really control. I should wear glasses. If dwarves had cavalry in Warhammer, it would be disgusting. I don't think I'd like that. But, you know, for the sake of Lord of the Rings and stuff like that, where it seems a little bit more laxed. Yeah. But everyone's got their own take on things. Everyone likes what they like. Tons of visual enjoyment with armies. The Hobbit ones are great. I don't think I could ever see dwarves wanting to ride rams into battle and then not have like every other person behind them thinking they're just absolutely insane. Like, you know, you could do it. I'm sure you can do it. You know, it's a living, breathing world. I'm sure there are outliers who enjoy riding ponies and things, but in terms of like, you know, having an entire regiment of the things kind of ride out to battle would be a pretty intense sight. Well, they're not riding them. They're just pulling them around. Yeah, it's typically what they use them for. They just drag war machines. They bring forth, like, baggage carts and stuff like that. They're very much about going from A to B, not so much warfare. Yeah. Well, Slayer Pirates, or not Slayer Pirates, they'll most likely do Plastic Slayers. Considering they ended up updating the Chaos Marauders of all units, I mean, if you look at the structure of like the armies that are currently playable for dwarves, the most inconvenient one is still the Slayer Host. The Slayer Host is like straight up 500 tons of metal, or you 3D print, or you do like alternative. There's no reason they wouldn't do Plastic Slayers. They ended 8th edition with an updated Plastic Slayer, with like the Dragon Slayer, and it came out great. So I'm going to say Plastic Slayers will show up, I just don't know when. Yeah, for sure. There's no reason they wouldn't. If Marauders can get them, Slayers can get them. And Slayers are like one of the most original, iconic things from dwarves anyways, from GW, so it would make sense that they kind of like made them a bit fresh again in terms of sculpt. Yeah, 100%. And then Rangers. Considering Rangers are like the best shooting unit in the dwarf army, and they don't really have any official minis outside of like the old school Bugman's Rangers. Yeah, they're gonna get updated too. They've got nice Rangers, yeah. I don't think I'd ever get on with 3D printing just because I'm so nostalgic for the stuff I grew up with, and I still think GW does the best dwarves, subjectively. But they are nice. Like, the fact that they have cloaks and everything and they've got hoods, they're really nice. Any sort of rendition GW does, I'm probably going to side with, just because I'm nostalgic and I like that stuff, but alternate minis are awesome. Like, at the end of the day, it's budget and then kind of what you enjoy visually. You don't want to field an army of things you don't want to look at. And I think for the most part, people have enjoyed the 3D prints. Like, there's a lot of people who love the Highland stuff. Mom's Miniatures is great. Avatars of War pretty much has the best Slayers. You just genuinely... I purchased this way back when. I never built it. But, like, a plastic Slayers kit is just nuts. Like, this is something people dreamed of. So, I don't think I'll be building it. But, you know, they're still available for purchase, but... yeah, that's fun. You do with a knife, yeah. Metal cleanup is just more abrasive plastic cleanup. you polish things and scrape them down a bit more. There's a lot of, like, pitting and uneven surfaces that will kind of show up when you paint, but metal minis are mostly just kind of put a bit more work into it and then kind of polish things down. No, that's a different brand. The guy who sculpted them worked for GW at one point, and he was doing a bunch of dwarf stuff. Among other things, but he did do a bunch of great dwarves. The Rider. Even the Lord of the Rings minis are great. They're awesome. I think this guy pretty much has all of the nubs cut off. I think he's good. Ooh. Holy mold slip. Oh. God. I can't tell if this is supposed to be there. I don't think it is. I don't think it is. You know, technically this backpack could be used for a gun thing. I mean, holy fucking guns. It's just guns. So much for being an engineer. Like, you're just shooting people. God. What are you repairing? What are you doing? What are you calibrating? Dev? I'll leave it for now. Just guns on guns. I am the war machine. Technically, that would be a fun backpack, though, if you gave a Thane a backpack. It's like the head of the clan is just a gun nut. He's a freak. Everyone in the clan is just used to firearms, and he's the big head honcho with him. It's fun. I don't even know if I'd want to use this, to be honest. This is very anti-engineer. Like, you technically can put any backpack on them. I would say if I had to make an engineer riddled with guns, it'd be this one. He's already decked out. Like, what's 3 more guns, you know what I mean? Now he's got fucking 5 guns. And then he's got whatever else under his beard. Just gonna start blasting the Groby. The Groby scum. It's funny. Holy fucking backpack. I think I like this one. Cartridges, hammers, brace of pistols, even more pistols. Like, brother. They do not reload. Yeah. Well, the old Mordheim was cool, man. You had so many options. I've got a lot of those sprues somewhere, like the metal ones. Even with the Slayer pirates, you ended up getting sprues of flintlock pistols that could kind of just be glued anywhere on the mini. Like, they would literally just sell you, I think it was like, what, 10? You had 7, and then you had Command with Long Drong. And then you also got, like, a bunch of just metal sprues of guns that had no individual placements. You just kind of plopped it off the sprue and then put it wherever you wanted. Yeah. Firing another handgun is infinitely faster than reloading. So just start blasting. The issue is some of these don't necessarily fit properly. They're not meant for them. Yeah, that's fine, though. No, it's good. Yeah. I could do this one. It's fun. Festooned with stuff. And then this guy would be supposed to be like this. Yeah. Better, yeah, exactly. You just start bashing people over the head. Yep, reloading anything in that time is misery. It's cool though. It's a very thorough process. It's fun to think about that stuff when you're kind of putting together units. Different types of weapons and whatnot. Caps lock, wheel locks. I think eventually I do want to try and model some handguns with, like, matchlocks, which could be fun. Like, okay, Grandpa, get with the times. I think this could be good. Rainsden, yo. Yeah, we'll do these two. That's good. Which means I gotta clean this now. Holy shit. The nub. The nub. Good lord. Yeah, when it comes to metal minis, you can pretty much work on them for ages. You can sand everything down perfectly flat. Well, mostly flat, I should say. So much, like, polishing, if you wanted to do it. You just gotta work at it. Although metal is still probably one of the least favorite things to work with for most people. And I don't blame them. Well, most of the sanding, I think the lowest I'll go is maybe 800 grit on metal. You just don't want to, like, ruin the texture. That's the biggest issue with a lot of the files or rather what you would use on metal. It's just they're so abrasive. They destroy the piece. Pretty sure when I have to work on these, I'm going to most likely sand every surface, if I can. It's pretty tedious, but things do come out almost like plastic. Everything's very smooth. Take a blade, start cutting, smooth things out. Just no matter where you look, you always find something new to kind of figure out. There's like a million different things here to kind of sift through. The mold slip. Oh, God. Smurfy, hello, sir. Yo, yo, yo. This looks pretty much good to go, I think. There's no... there's a bit more egregious parts. Sure, that's most of it cut off at least. This one. Let's see here. The Bugman's tankard. I need some different music. Give me something. Give me something different. Put some Windrose. How original. Sure. Mike, hello, buddy. Good morning, good morning. Good morning. Britain. America. Asia. New York. Well, New York. America. I've got a buddy in New York. I think I've also got family in New York, actually, on like the outskirts. Family. Hmm. It's always cool to see different pieces from different kits kind of make it into like future sculpts. That Bugman's tankard and that pipe, both of these pieces were from 6th edition, which is cool to see. Don't think I can notice anything else. Maybe the charm. Oh, that's cool. Kingston's pretty close. Yeah, it's not too far. Usually you'd kind of be in Kingston if you're going up to like Montreal from Toronto, but it's decently close, yeah. It's a small world. The Warhammer channel is worldwide. These are mostly good, where most of, like, the big egregious nubs are gone. Outside of sanding and cutting. This week sometime. Did you really? Is he playing Dwarves? Is he playing Old World? Is it Old World or AOS? But yeah, it'll be sometime this week. I'm not going to say for sure what day, but this week sometime. Tomorrow is December 1st. Or maybe even 40k. Say like the Votan. It's one of them. Oh, he got Votan? Yeah, I was going to say. That's cool. 40k is like the number one thing people are going to get into, for sure. We didn't do it yet, no. We'll be doing a few things this week, for sure. I have to redo this room a bit, because I have to bring Mochi back in. I have to buy another webcam, because Ivana took one of them. She actually took the Mochi cam. Which is not the reason we haven't been using it, but I have to get another one. The Votan. The Leagues of Jotun. I don't think you really get people into Warhammer through, like, Old World. Unless it's being Total War. Like, if you really want to get someone into Warhammer, just show them, like, 40k. Or maybe they don't like 40k. Maybe they don't like sci-fi. So you typically show them Age of Sigmar. And then it's like, well, there's also this game. Old World. Have you heard of it? It's cool. It's Lord of the Rings with guns. Gimli's got a fucking machine gun. I'm sold. Oh, that's cool. Yeah. You know, an intro to the game is usually how people get sold as well. Whenever you go into a games workshop, they treat you to like 50 different things. Play the game, paint the mini, come back and spend $3,000. It's great. But my back is much better, man. Well, explaining Old World is just... It's the world before Age of Sigmar. That's pretty much what you'd just say. It's the prequel to Age of Sigmar. That's like the easiest way to put it. Most games workshops won't be stocking Old World. My GW, I think, stocks maybe a sliver of Old World, so like 5 kits and a book. Yeah, I do tabletop. The goal of this army, too, is to play tabletop again, so that's kind of where we're at. It's always lovely getting people into the hobby. Well, think of ways to maybe do battle reports. Ideally, you do kind of have the top-down camera, but some people have more of like a cinematic one, or they do like an after-action, you know, thing where they just take photos and then talk about it, which is fun too, to be honest. Rainsden. Well, he plays a different game. I think Rainsden's doing like 40k. I don't really plan on doing 40k anytime soon, but if I ever get back into it, maybe. Yeah, that's cool. The biggest issue with Warhammer in terms of viewing and enjoying is usually the engagement with, like, the camera. Not everyone's going to want to see it from, like, a very far distance away, but it is the best way to do it in terms of visualizing, like, the whole scene, the whole table. It's cool to see certain channels on YouTube try and do the just a varied, like, you know, here's a camera, here's a camera. It's not cheap. But if you can kind of have those, like, in the battle cameras or cinematic ones that you're kind of, like, taking around with you and stuff like that, that's cool. Tabletop's a bit of a hard sell to kind of get people involved in terms of, like, watching a video. I'm gonna roll dice, and you're not gonna know what's going on unless you've played the game. I think most of these are pretty much done in terms of the most egregious pieces of metal. Everything else can kind of just be cut and sanded, which is quite a bit of work, but not for today. I am not going to be cleaning metal right now. No way. Even this is the, this is the shield emblem. It's funny. A pretty interesting way to use it, actually. Put a shield emblem as, like, the helmet. It's cool. Alright. Well, these two can go into the pile of things we've mostly finished, but not really. So instead of putting them to the wayside and having them just be in pieces, we can tack them together and feel accomplished for now. So it should be this. Dog's hairs and everything. Mochi! Yeah, I'm gonna have to shave those down. It's fine. They're a little bit bigger, yeah. Let's just do this for now without shaving it. They are slightly bigger. Yeah, scraping metal is going to be like a whole day ordeal. I don't really want to do it in between plastics. I'd just kind of rather have it be its own thing when I clean the desk up. There we go. Yeah. I mean, base sizes, my only gripe with them is that units can feel very empty. Like, if you go look at the Night Goblins, if you can sometimes, well, you can sometimes find images of, like, the Battle for Skull Pass ones, or, like, the, it was, what, 8th edition, 7th edition, something like that. They did Night Goblins in, a smaller scale. Those look pretty terrible. I'm not gonna lie, they don't look very good on, the new base sizes. They're just way too big. They look like a horde of social distancing British children. Yeah. I mean, inherently, though, there was an issue with, like, ranking things up was always a problem. Whenever I was building armies, I always had to put numbers on the bases. So, like, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and then it would be, this goes here, this goes here, this goes here. It does solve the issue, but from a very subjective aesthetic standpoint, it's awful. Look here. It's just, I really like these sculpts, but, like, they're just, the bases are too big. They're way too big. Yeah. Like, instead of a gibbering horde, it's a bunch of social distancers. It's too big. Yeah. The 6th edition Night Goblins, the ones they actually sell for Old World, look a little bit better because they're bigger. They're very heroic-y, big hands, big feet, big heads. These look a bit better in terms of ranking up. Yeah, but the biggest issue was having things rank up, but the density was kind of awesome to see back in the day. But it's whatever you like, though, right? It's just an aesthetic choice. Just a little bit too big, unfortunately. And then this was the 20 mils. Yeah. A little bit more densely packed, for sure. But it's just nitpicks. It really is just nitpicks. I'm thinking of ways to kind of make things look a little bit more crowded. Just slightly, if I can, but... they'd fit a little bit, maybe. But yeah, for the sake of bigger miniatures, it's great. Smaller ones, they look a little bit too thin. But overall, the fact that you can build them and there's no complications, that's number one. No one's going to sit there and be like, man, I can't wait to map out where I want to build miniatures in a unit. The Black Orcs were so bad. When the plastic Black Orc kit came out, oh my god, it was awful. I don't think the dwarves... It was like the Longbeards, the Hammerers, those were pretty tightly packed. But like the Black Orcs were so awful. Those were rough. Salted butter chips. Hey, they're good. Anything salted, that's awesome. Eat up. I remember the Chaos Knights being awful. My buddy had a few, and they just couldn't move. The Chaos Knights were so bad. It's funny. The Empire State Troops with, like, the spears, the halberds, those were nightmare fuel. Yeah. Thankfully, the dwarves are more compact. You didn't really have to, like, do any crazy posing. Okay, so what do we have right now? 2 engineers, 10 thunderers, 6 dwarf warriors, or 7 rather. Oh, I forgot one. I completely forgot a dwarf warrior. Just take a look at the hands. It'll be this week sometime. Tomorrow I still have an appointment, so I don't have a chance at, like, a regular schedule. I have a back appointment. It'll be within the week. I don't know what day, but this week will be back to normal sometime. Ugh. There's a few things I need to do first. I gotta clean this room out pretty good. I gotta vacuum. I have to buy a new camera for Mochi. Ivana took it. Because the Mochi cam's coming back, so, yeah. It'll be soon. This week, 100%, we will be back to normal, but it won't be tomorrow. And then we can get back to watching YouTube videos and everything. And beans. Yeah, I'll be getting beans. I'll get a few things. She doesn't. She's gonna be. She does Pokemon stuff. That's her thing. I think I'm just gonna use. Let's use the hammer. Yeah, let's use the hammer. Excuse me. The hobby seems relaxing. It mostly is, yeah. It's a lot of tediousness, but, you know, I did see the skin, yeah. Well, Ivana works. She has her own job. She pays for her own stuff. If I need work, sometimes I'll get her Pokemon, and then she'll do the stuff for me. The work. Well, I'm not going to say anything more because it is private matters. It's our relationship, but she works and makes her own money. Everyone does something, you got to. Everyone needs a job. A J-O-B. The fetid J-O-B. Cool. Yeah, we'll do the hammer. That's fine. The W-O-R-K. Oh, God. The work. The worst thing in the world. It's ASMR. Well, it's... Yeah, I suppose so. Whittling away and doing different things is, you know, technically I could up the gain, and it could be ASMR. Let's see. Let's see what that sounds like. That's probably diabolical. Can you even hear it? You're probably hearing me breathe more than this. Yeah, I'm just breathing. No, that's not something good. That's terrible. Plastic scraping. Everyone's favorite. Which hopefully soon we don't have to scrape only plastic, but building an army from scratch of 2,000 points is quite the adventure. It is quite a labor of love. Or just labor. It feels like labor. The ghost kill. I mean, it is very satisfying when you finish stuff. Yeah, for sure. The absolute freedom you get when finishing something is bonkers. It feels so nice. I painted it. I glued it. I scraped every mold line. Suspended. I've seen a printer where the build plate, sorry, the vat goes up with the build plate, if that's what you're talking about. Plastic being scraped is not the most enjoyable sound. Yeah, no, I wouldn't. I wouldn't have any of that. Well, you know, most Warhammer armies in themselves are meant to be kind of like artistic ventures. You know, it's not so much... Well, not everyone's going to hobby the same way, but for most people, I'm sure, who put a little bit of work into stuff, it's more so the art of painting and miniature modeling and stuff like that, and then the fruits of your labor in terms of gaming. But, you know, even if your shit gets blown up, it is what it is. Back in the day, I didn't really care too much about building. Like, we'd bring a box home and just be like, okay, done, and then played 2 days later, or a day later. So, yeah. I wasn't very picky back in the day when I was a kid. But then again, I never really scraped mold lines when I was a child. Not like I do now. Yeah, you do. The putty is just to hold them in place. It's just to visualize what I've done. So, like, there's 10 handgunners. There's going to be 8 warriors, 2 engineers. Because I'm not going to be gluing them anytime soon, but I do want to at least visualize how far I've gone. Or how far I've gotten. So that's kind of the goal. The gluing will be done all at once. The painting all at once. I think once I finish these, once I finish this 8th warrior, I'm probably going to work on, maybe a war machine. We'll see. But I do have to make 4 gyrocopters, and I have to make 2 cannons, and 2 organ guns. And then 2 more characters. And then my general. Oh. Well, dwarves can be both. Even if they're grumpy, they still go home and say, hey, fam, how are the beardlings? Then they beat them. They whip them with the belts. Get back to bed. It'll be a while until I'm done, though. There's a lot of stuff to do. Dayumat, hello, sir. Sit down and work on. It's very, very... I guess it just depends on kind of... Do you enjoy whittling? Do you enjoy... You know, there's varying degrees of effort put into every stage of this hobby. Technically, you could sit here like I'm doing and just get everything done. Try to be, like, as thorough as possible on every piece. If that's not you, you can do that too. But, it's a very layered hobby where you've got, like, the painting, the modeling, the building. If you want to go outside the realm of the miniature stuff, you've got books, you've got games. Everything kind of culminates in one experience. But, yeah, you don't have to put this much effort into doing anything. You know, you don't even have to scrape miniatures. You could cut them off the sprue and glue them and be done, and that's cool. It just depends on what you want to do and kind of how you want to take the hobby. So, for the price point, I'm going to be a bit thorough. Yeah. People do drill barrels as well, yeah. Those weren't drilled by me, but you can drill them out with like a pin vise and stuff like that. It's a very thorough hobby, right? Like if you look at any sort of scale modelers or historical stuff, I mean, everyone goes kind of crazy in their own way. Yeah. Yeah, I've got pin drills. I've got like the old one that I used to use. I forgot when this came out. I think they even had one before this, but I was a kid, so I never had it. I think this was like 2009, maybe? This is the best one. The Wow Stick. Electronic. This is good. This thing is awesome. So nice. You get a bunch of different ones depending on what you want to use. You can drill gun barrels, you can drill holes into feet for pinning them. You know what? I thought the same thing, but it's really, really easygoing. Like, the Wow Stick is super convenient. I did think the same thing where it's just going to kind of, like, drill through into my hand, but it's not. It's surprisingly very easy and very slow. But yeah, I mean, physical ones, like manual crank is easy enough. You know, whatever tools you end up buying, it's really just what you get good with. You know, you can be a master with like $2 tools, or you can use ones that are a little bit more expensive. I'd probably say the best thing you could do, if you were to buy tools of any kind, the most expensive thing you should buy is probably clippers. Clippers are the most expensive slash quality difference, depending on like what you buy. Like a God Hand clipper compared to most of the other ones, I'd say are pretty much night and day. But they all still do the same thing at the end of the day. They just kind of cut things and shear them. Well, brushes too, but in terms of building, I mean. In terms of building, the clippers are like the most night and day thing, I'd say. Yeah, certain ones go, exactly, smooth like butter, yeah. Zero effort, zero debris. It's really, really nice. A good pair of clippers is awesome. Blades you can get wherever. A blade handle's up to you. It's just what feels good in your hands. Sandpaper, whatever. Like, yeah, the only tool that's kind of pricey is the clippers. $60 for clippers. They're expensive. But the same people will turn around and buy $3,000 of Ultramarines. So what's the difference? If I had to redo my hobby, if I had to go back to day one, I would say the most important thing isn't even the miniatures. I'd get the tools. And then I'd slow burn the minis. But that's at least what I would do, but I know people just want to get stuck in and buy like a big army and then play. No, the mold lines are bad. No, yeah, exactly. Mold lines can ruin your paint jobs, but it's all subjective. All of that is subjective. How you take, looking at a miniature and what you believe in, that's fine. I don't really like looking at mold lines, like on my minis, but other people are a lot lenient, or a lot more lenient, I should say. Yes, that's cool. 2,000 points of Skaven slaves. You could do it. Have fun building it. Maybe. I think you just have one big block on like your side of your deployment zone, and he would just kind of like shift the entire thing up. Maybe. There was a few images of shit like that. I think people brought like grots or crutes or something way back when. It might have been Skaven slaves, I can't remember. I think there was a guy who brought like a wave of them to a tournament. It was a very old image. You know what? It really is the human spirit. If you want to do that, you could do it, but that's pretty bad. If you really want an entire army of that stuff, you can absolutely have it happen. The indomitable human spirit. It is absolute nightmare fuel. But some people can sit there and, make 3,000 units and just say, let's roll, Is it going to be fun to fight? Absolutely not, but I'm sure playing it is just a laugh. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, thank you for the follows, folks. I see you guys. Thank you. 42 Nurglings to a GT and win. You just sit on the objectives. It's just, if you can clear them off, great. If not, it's like, well, I guess I lose. That is, yeah, you contrast it, you dry brush it, you just do whatever you can. I mean, it depends on the person, I'm sure there is some crazy person out there who actually took the time to paint that many things. instead of just like slap chopping everything. That is the beauty of the hobby. If you want to build an army, you can do that and you can play with it. In terms of it being legal, you're going to have to probably consult the books, but for what most people want to build, it's usually doable. Usually. Yeah, you're good, man. So all I'm doing is cleaning parts of a miniature. So the idea is that, we'll use this actually because it's small enough to fit in the frame. You buy miniature kits. They come on a sprue like this. You then clip out each part. And from the casting process, so when everything is kind of injected into the mold and this is what you're left with, you're going to have a lot of lines and, let's just say, defects on the piece. So all I'm doing is cleaning up those defects before I glue them. And then once you glue them, let's just say this is glued, they'll look like this. And then once they're glued, you can paint them, and they can look like this. And once you're done, you can kind of play with them if you want in like a board game style where everything has rules, everything's got point costs, stuff like that. So it's like a physical it's like a physical StarCraft without buildings, you could say. Or like an Age of Empires and stuff like that, yeah. This shield is, yeah, it's not glued. None of this is glued. It's just blue tacked. But there's a ton of different units. Everything has different rules. You know, you've got guys with, like, handguns. Guys with shields. Guys with, let's just say, rocket launchers. Whatever it may be. Yeah, that was a Chaos Dwarf, yeah. This was, like, the free mini of the month if you spent, like, $100. Yeah. This main camera is not a webcam, it's a mirrorless camera. It's a Sony ZV something. It's like the entry-level mirrorless camera. So you can, like, zoom out, zoom in. The spear looks sick. These look alright. I think I'm more of a Warhammer Fantasy guy, so I do prefer the ones from, like, way back when, but this is a good rendition for, like, Age of Sigmar. Yeah. Spears and halberds. They are cool, but you won't see them in, like, dwarf armies. Empire, on the other hand, will have a bunch. Oh yeah, for sure. You know, some people do love them, some people don't. I think a lot of people, when they saw the Hellsmiths, they were expecting something from like Warhammer Fantasy, um, which isn't really the case, and it shouldn't be. But the fact that the Chaos Dwarves are back in Age of Sigmar is cool as shit, and they're being led by a supposed, you know, ancestor god, the eldest of the bunch. So that's even more interesting. Yeah. But everyone's got their own taste in aesthetics. Again, I still prefer the fantasy stuff just because that's my jam, but Age of Sigmar is good. Um, well, next year we're supposed to be getting like Fire Slayers and then maybe the Grand Dwarf Army, potentially. Like, supposedly with the leaks, we're supposed to be getting like Dispossessed, so your classic dwarves in Age of Sigmar. The ones that are typically in like cities and whatnot, or some of the Karaks. Um, but yeah, that'll be interesting. I haven't read the second Grombrindle book. I did read the first one, where he kind of like appears in the various dwarf cultures. He shows up as like a drinker at a late night pub, and he's telling the barkeep about his brew. You've got one where he shows up against Marathi and stuff like that as a Caradron, or one where he's at like a birthing ceremony for like Fire Slayers. But I do need to read the second book. I don't even know if I own it. I don't even know if I own it. The first one was fun, though. Yeah, I do need to get back into reading, but I want to brush up on some of the fantasy stuff that I haven't read in so long. So I want to do. I need to reread the Nick Kime books, and I need to reread. I think like the end of the War of Vengeance. Those, it's just I can't even. I can't remember everything in them. And then maybe one of the latter Gotrek and Felix novels. I think City of the Damned, the one where they're in like Mordheim, I believe it was. Yeah, so I need to go back and I have to brush up on some things that I haven't just remembered, but the Age of Sigmar stuff is all pretty much fresh. I read, I think, up to Ghoul Slayer, and that was it. And that's like, no, it was Elf Slayer. No, not Elf Slayer. Spirit Slayer. It's the one with the Ideneth Deepkin. I think I got up to that one, and then that was it. And that was like when it first came out, so I don't remember much. It's a lot of reading. Like, pick your poison. Yeah. Well, the new anniversary edition is really nice. It's like top tier. That's where Gotrek loses his eye with the Wolf Riders. He gets his eye jabbed out. Slashed. Vermin Slayer. The I do have Vermin Slayer, but I haven't read it yet. Oh, I completely forgot they had Git Slayer. Fuck, I don't even think I read Git Slayer. I'm really behind on AOS. I am very, very behind on my Age of Sigmar stuff. And then I've got, like, the Caradron books with Drecky Flint and all that stuff. I really just haven't taken to Age of Sigmar in a long time. So it'll be cool to kind of get back into it. Well, don't spoil it! Don't spoil it! Don't spoil it! You know, it's very interesting that, I don't know if you saw the end of the... So there's a... Let me show you this. So we... No, you're good. You're good. I was reading through the new article regarding the new Gotrek and Felix box for, like, Troll Slayer. And I got to the end of it, and I was like, Felix wasn't as lucky as far as we know. As far as we know. Does this mean something? Did he make it to Age of Sigmar? It would be so cool to see Felix in Age of Sigmar. In some capacity. Like, bring him back as a Stormcast, and, you know, have Gotrek kind of, like, beat him up and... What are you doing, manling? Don't give me hope. Felix needs to come back. The big difference, though, is that the old books were always from Felix's perspective, whereas the new ones are from Gotrek's perspective. So... yeah. I would love to see that, though. I want to see how, like, they would even interact, because that would be insane. Because Felix in the end times is just not a pleasant character. Unfortunately. Like, just, I don't even want to talk about how they go out, but it's not anything. Well, they had Malineth, and then they had, I think Jourdain or something. They had a few. I can't really remember all of them off the top of my head. Well, he would be reincarnated as, like, a Stormcast. Felix is fucking dead. Like, he's dead. As is most things in Warhammer Fantasy. Dead, gone, space dust. So he'd have to be brought back, yeah. That would be fucking cool. Imagine Felix as a Stormcast with Gotrek. That'd be so fun. Exactly, yeah. Well, you know, in the beginning of, like, the Age of Sigmar books, Gotrek kind of gets over fantasy. He gets over the time he had in that world. It would still be cool to kind of see him, yeah, like, piece together Felix. It's like, what's been going on? And remember this, Felix? I don't know. It's his old life. He did make amends with it, though. That'd be so fun. Felix is a bro. Like, an absolute bro. Age of Sigmar is what became of Warhammer Fantasy when the world blew up. When Archaon ripped the world apart, it is the continuation where like the gods have lived on and found a new realm to kind of like exist in and, you know, seed their new races in. Thank you, sir. Wicked. Yeah, so Age of Sigmar is like a continuation of fantasy, but with like new life kind of breathed into the setting. Yeah, we'll see though. Age of Sigmar is I would love to see the battle tome for like the new dwarf stuff when it does eventually come out. Supposedly the leaks said there was like up to 12 new units. You had a golem, you had like a bunch of mechanical stuff. Because technically Grungni in Shaman is creating his mechanical marvels, which we haven't seen in miniature form. So I'm pretty sure that's kind of where some of it will lie. Even Valaya was there too, so like who knows what's going to happen. Yeah, it's very cool. Even though Fantasy's dead and everyone was salty, I mean, now that Fantasy's back, and we have Age of Sigmar on top of it, I think we're eating good. I think the dwarf fans are eating good. They're eating more than just stone bread. Giga Dwarf. Nothing better than some wheat and stone. Fuck rock and stone. Give me some wheat. These are dwarf warriors. I gotta build a block of 20 dwarf warriors that are just gonna kind of march up the side of the field and do nothing. They're just gonna be a wall. It's a bit thin. Yeah, it's a dwarf warrior though, for sure. There you go. Hammer. Warrior maxing. Pretty much 99% of what you'll see on this stream is just building dwarves and painting dwarves and working on dwarves. Most likely. I don't think the bug of greenskins has caught up to me, or even like the Empire, because those are the other two things I played in fantasy, but I need to stay my hand. I'm too dwarf-coated. Too pilled. It's like the good old days of staying up, blasting music on the CD player and just making minis and painting minis. The good old days. Alrighty. Let's see how this looks. Let us see if this is good enough for now. You can tack it on and move to something else, maybe a cannon, I'm not sure. And it's getting really fucking cold here. Holy moly. Freezing. Winter is upon us. We're gonna freeze in our holes and die. This should be pretty good. Good for now until I plan on gluing it, and then I'll finalize everything. And I think I'll just tack him to a base, and he's good to go for now. These are shields, but they're very tiny. If you wanna see a buckler, so I'm not really a fan of like how big the kit shields are, but that's a buckler. Yeah, that's a shield. Now, this is my preferred shield. That right there is awesome. Oops. That right there. But it'll be a mix of everything. Yep, so it looks like a buckler. It's pretty tiny, but the standard shield size, I think, was made so you could kind of see more of the mini. It's like, who wants to buy a miniature where half of it is obscured by a shield? You know what I mean? I think that was the decision, so you can see more of, like, the sculpting. I think the big shields would have been great, but, yeah. From a visual standpoint, yeah, you can't really see anything if it's just a fucking shield. But it would look dope. An entire shield wall of just, like, massive, unmoving blocks of muscle. Alright, what I should do is maybe work on cannons. Do I have the cannon kit? Oh, where are the cannons? Oh, there it is. I need to work on something different. So let's do it. El Canino. Whoops. Those the fucking bases. Sec. God, my legs. Back. Okay. El Canino. So, this desk is going to be a very big mess of shit. It's just guaranteed. Pictures? If this was about 15 years ago, I could probably get you 1 million, but I have sold pretty much everything. Which might be one of the worst things I've done in this hobby. Age of Sigmar was the last straw. It's been a while since I've had an army done, so this is kind of the, this is the redo. Yeah, this is my grand redo from my very weird decision of kind of moving away from Warhammer for a bit. I kept up with, like, reading and collecting general stuff, but, like, tabletop gaming and stuff like that kind of went away for a long time. I got into streaming, League of Legends, stuff like that, and then, yeah, most of my armies are gone. Well, technically, all of my armies are gone. Yep. Yep, that's the worst thing, man. You know what, though? A lot of the stuff when I was selling it, I remember the guy who came to buy all of my Lord of the Rings stuff, which was my first love in Warhammer. He came with his kid. And his kid was basically like me when I was that age, you know, oh my god, dwarves, goblins. And he was happy to get that stuff. Local listings took away pretty much everything. Dwarves, Empire, orcs and goblins, my guard, my orcs. Everything is gone, pretty much. I've kept some stuff that was, again, more of the collectibles and odd merchandise things, which I've actually kept up with quite a bit, but I've also got, like, most of the older medals I've kept in storage. Yeah. It is what it is, though, man. You know, with Warhammer, no one really gets out of it. It's just you go in so many different directions in life sometimes that you just have to kind of sacrifice certain things to kind of move on with others. That won't be the case now with the Warhammer, because we have like a Twitch channel and there's no better time to get back into fantasy, but yeah, exactly. And there was no chance of like even like most of my jam was like Warhammer Fantasy. And when Age of Sigmar came out, before like even first edition, a lot of the rules were very inclined to kind of say, hey, play with your miniatures, that's fine. And I think even for first edition, you could play your Warhammer Fantasy stuff, but like as that progressed, I never kept up with it. I mean, I did find my orcs on eBay at one point. So some of them did go to resellers. I did a bit of a clear out over a year ago, and dude, I'm so stupid. I sold so many things that I just shouldn't have done. I was clearing out my old green skins, like the stuff that I didn't have made. I think I sold off like Metal Gorbad. I sold off an Azag. I sold off a Grimgore. Just a bunch of things that I'd kept in storage, you know, for the one-day eventual redo. But yeah, with the old world back in full swing, and tons of stuff now being re-released, or, you know, newfound interest in Warhammer Fantasy being a big thing, it's great to keep doing it. It's good to get back into it, I should say. There is no better time to do Warhammer than right now. You've got Warhammer Fantasy, you've got 40k, you've got Age of Sigmar, Lord of the Rings is still kicking. Some of the specialist games, I mean, Necromunda, Blood Bowl. Who knows if some other stuff might come back. It'd be cool if it did. Spearhead, yeah. That's cool. That's what it should be. You don't need to go all out when you start Warhammer. Ideally, you start small, right? The biggest problem with hobbying is you end up with too much and you just don't get it done, which I think is a very much... Everyone's got that problem at some point in the hobby. It's like, I can convert this. I can make it into something. It's like, no, you can't. Sell it. Get rid of it. Give it to someone who's going to use it. Although they'll buy it and then put it in their closet, in their pile of shame. Yeah. Should maybe do the crew first. Yeah, it's definitely, okay. It's definitely, what's the word? It's easy to get caught up in the moment, you know? Or your ideas. Everyone's always trying to make something of something, so it's like, you know, I could kit bash these into that, and it'll happen one day. But if you've got no pile of shame, that's amazing. That's excellent. I think having a game plan is a very good idea, especially for something that costs so much money. you do kind of want to, if you do want to play the game, at least build an army first, right? Dial that in and then say, hey, maybe I'll build this for fun or that for fun. Or maybe start a new army. And then that's another rabbit hole, so good luck. Yeah, D&D minis aren't so bad. They're all one-offs, right? So it's very easygoing. There's no baggage. I feel like the issue with buying a bunch of Warhammer is it usually comes with mental baggage. You're like, I'm going to do this, I'm going to do that. And that typically leads into, like, armies. Big, grand ideas. Yeah. Sometimes staying in your lane is the best thing to do. Reaper minis are awesome. Yeah, Reaper stuff is really cheap. It's very easy to get into. When I was doing fantasy, I had a bunch of Reaper Mushroom Men. And I'd throw them in with, like, the Night Goblins. They'd be whistling. Yeah. it's hard to get rid of them because who's going to need them? You know, who needs all that stuff? There's a million different D&D things that you can kind of, like, buy. One of these guys, eventually, I do want to make a sapper. Mr. Trenchworks. Yeah. Well, you know what, though? Again, D&D is so much more lenient because it's not like an army. You could paint any of those things in any variety and it doesn't matter. For the sake of, like, Warhammer, you typically want cohesion. Like, D&D is a very liberating hobby. There's not much thought put into, like, what you're doing. It's just great. You do it for the sake of doing it. And all of it works. It's D&D. I envy people who play D&D. And who do not dabble in Warhammer, because this is just a nightmare. It's a good one, though. But a lot of work goes into finishing an army. Yeah, you can do both. That's cool. Yeah. I'm way too anal these days about what I'm doing, so I have to kind of overthink everything. D&D is one of those things that, again, you just don't have to overthink. You just do it for the sake of doing it. It's like, I need goblins, okay? Paint them green and slather brown all over them and make them throw dung at each other. Done. No, you can find D&D all over the place, yeah. My cousin plays D&D. She's a bit of a nerd, but she enjoys that stuff. A great DM. I have no idea. D&D is very popular. Yeah, it's massive. Your grandmother can play D&D, and she could play herself. in D&D. I'm not really one to roleplay, that's my thing. I prefer, like, the war game aspect, although I do like the stories, and the stories aren't typically just big armies killing each other. Yeah, it's, you know, there's always something to be said about finishing minis, but you want to be happy with them. If you can sit there and, like, speed paint everything and be happy with it, that's awesome. I cannot do that. Yeah. This is, artillery crew. So, like, cannon crew, organ gun crew. It's a bunch of, different-looking dwarves. Baldy! Yeah. The artillery crew. Well, D&D right now is very much... I mean... You can really just find people and say, fuck it, let's roll, you know? Yeah. It is the most, like, mainstream hobby, I think, in terms of tabletop stuff. Yeah, it's the artillery crew. I don't know if I want to make them into more of a diorama. No one's going to argue if you do. So instead of having, like, 3 individual bases around the war machine, you can just kind of make them into one big one. I may go that route. I just don't know yet. Well, these are going to be cannons and organ guns. So 2 cannons, 2 organ guns. 4 war machines. Planning to play Curse of Strahd. That's cool. Yeah, D&D is just very... I'm pretty sure any circle you talk in will have someone who knows of D&D or plays D&D. Anywhere. And of course, with, like, the D&D movie and Baldur's Gate 3, I mean, it's just massive. It is so massive. Yeah, organ guns are just more of, like, a mid-range... Here. Barrage of, shot. There you go. You load up the barrels and you get shooting instead of 1 cannonball. The Dwarf Artillery in 8th edition was so much better. The new stuff is so tame compared to what it was. Higher strength, better ballistic skill with using, like, the engineers. It was just... I mean, it's just rotten compared to what it is now. Now it's very laxed. It's very fair. Having the engineers was kind of the kicker. It genuinely makes no sense to have, like, an engineer be helping out with a war machine and you don't get to use their ballistic skill. So you've got these dinky little 3 ballistic skill dwarves shooting, like, really good artillery. What are we doing? Bring them back. '18, the oldest was 45. D&D transcends ages. Everyone knows of, and I'm sure plays D&D. I mean, look at even Stranger Things. Stranger Things blew up, and everyone now, I'm sure, knows of D&D more so because of that. You know, to think at one point people viewed D&D was like, as just a big waste of time, and oh my god, satanic. Go out and help your father with the lead pipes. Don't you dare play D&D. Don't you dare have fun. You could do Warhammer minis, yeah. People do that. I've seen people use... Well, you could also play Warhammer roleplay with minis and whatnot, which is cool. Although D&D minis are, like, infinitely cheaper. That's cool. That's awesome. If you can do that and have it be like community funded and stuff like that, that's incredible. They're not gambling. Well, crazily enough, I mean, boomers did play these things. D&D, Warhammer, all this crap. I mean, your grandfather probably played something. The boomers. Ooh. I think I might be ending here soon, folks. I should probably actually get up first and stretch very quickly, and I'll be back in 1 sec. Oh. get a lozenge. Oh, gotcha. Yeah, yeah. That's cool, though. The fact that you've got something going is awesome, and people partake, that's really fun. All of these things are fan-funded. Absolutely. I use sandpaper, yeah, yeah. The blade is most of the work, though. The blade is like 90% of the work. Sandpaper can be like the last 10. It's a layered process. Gambling with stories. I mean, you do. There's a lot of shit going on in D&D. Technically, you do gamble, yeah. You ate sandpaper? Condolences. Spew it out. What is my favorite mini? Someone asked that yesterday. I genuinely don't know. My favorite model? I don't think I have one. I said the same thing yesterday, and I think I just stand by that. I genuinely don't know. I could never tell you. I don't know. It's like pinpointing your favorite album. Or song, I should say, not album. It's a very tough question. Skaven models are the coolest ones in fantasy. They're good. They're very, very good. I think the Doom Wheel is pretty nuts looking. The Doom Wheel, the Hell Pit that they came out with in what, like 8th edition, I think. Some of those things are really funky. In terms of a miniature, though, I genuinely don't know. It would be hard to sit down and pinpoint, like, the GOAT. You know what? You know what my favorite miniature is? My favorite miniature is not from Warhammer Fantasy. It is the perisculpts of the Lord of the Rings dwarves. Either the Khazad Guard, Balin, or the Warriors. Those are my favorite. That's what I started with dwarves in Warhammer period. So, like, it was Lord of the Rings, and then it progressed into, like, Warhammer Fantasy. I'm gonna go with those. Hang on one sec. Even though I love fantasy and all their sculpts, this was my very first box that I've ever owned of any dwarves. Right here. This is my goat. Balin and his Khazad guard. This is my absolute favorite thing. Yeah, these are timeless. 2003, beyond timeless. Yeah, this is the fall of Moria. So it was these guys, and then they came with a few blister packs of like dwarf warriors where you could get bows, you could get sword and not sword, axe and shield. And then I did a throwback in painting them. Because that was the last thing I did, paint-wise. As a throwback piece to, like, my childhood, I did this, so I'm pretty happy. They've got, like, the mustard boots. It's so good. Yeah, it's fun. I'm gonna go with those. Because it is my nostalgia, like, the hardcore nostalgia. Yeah, that was me on Reddit, yeah. I did post that ages ago. So there you go. Those are my favorite minis. For sure. The nostalgia runs deep. Building an entire army out of blister packs was, like, demonic, though. Like, the only way to get dwarf warriors was from blisters. Until they came out in plastics. Thank you. I've posted on Reddit a few times, but it's mostly in, like, the Bugman's Bar Reddit. I think I've been in, like, the main... I think I went to the Lord of the Rings Reddit, like, once or twice, but... It'd be cool to go back and see what people are doing. Ye good old Reddit. Oh, man. Ye good old days. Going to Games Workshop with pocket change and coming out with a paint. And then begging your mom, please, $5 more. I can get some minis. Hell no. Absolutely not. And then she would. Or you just drag the chore money over. Christmas money, the chore money, birthday money, the money you found on the ground. Neighborhood lawn mowing money. All the money. Bring it to Games Workshop. Okay. Does anyone know when the Does anyone know when GW usually puts up pre-orders? I don't think I've pre-ordered anything in ages. Is it usually on weekends if they do it? Like Saturday, Sunday? Because I am completely out of the loop. Is it Saturday? Okay. Oh, are they announcing it today? Well, today's Sunday. Wait, what day is it today? Yeah, today's Sunday. So they're announcing it today for next Saturday. Next Saturday is the... Oh. So they announce it Sunday and then sell it on Saturday, and then it gets released a week later? So today should be the announcement for the Gotrek box, I believe. I need that fucking box. I need the box. Give me the box. I think that might be a YouTube video. I think I may actually release a genuine, like, edited YouTube video on that thing. Because I could gush about that shit for a while. I could sit there and gush a lot. It's so nice. Yeah, we'll see. My Gotrek shelf will grow larger. Like, I'm never going to read that edition, because if you read it, you're just, like, destroying it. And I've read, like, the paperback multiple times, so it doesn't really matter. It's a shelf piece. It will look nice. I just spit everywhere. Whoops. It'll look nice on the shelf. Beat up the paperbacks, but leave the limited and hardbacks alone. Although technically they're all meant to be read, but everyone's different. Yeah, I did get it. I got it, but I never built it. It's a good mini, though. It's very Age of Sigmar, but it does look good. And I'm sure most people even used it for the old world to begin with, right? Like, you just kind of chop off the belt stuff and then remove the base. And you've got Grombrindle for, like, the old world if you don't have the older metal sculpts. Mr. Snorri Whitebeard. The base and the belt has a lot of Caradron, Fireslayer iconography, I guess I'd call it. Yeah. It's a good miniature, though. It's a big miniature. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. It's just how anal you want to be about things. I don't think I'd ever cut them up and put them in Warhammer, like, the old world, because I've got the old medals, but what I would like to do one day is go through and finish out all of the White Dwarf minis and just put them all together on a display. Because I do own most of them. Same thing with the Bugman minis. I'm missing, like, the old pre-Slotta stuff. The lead minis that they had at one point. And some, like, weird store opening things, which I believe there's maybe, like, one or two of, but yeah. I'm missing a few Bugmans, and that's it. Square bit, yeah. Hey, it's Grombrindle, and he's everywhere. The vengeance of the dwarves made manifest. He will be there. I really want to find that bad one they did. Give me one sec. Let me look in the room. I brought it up recently because someone was talking about the Slayer that they came out with, and they had the old Grombrindle that was like super late. It is so lazy. Ugh. I found it. Oh my god, I've got it. Oh, this thing. This is the worst one. Here it is. Every rendition. Oh. Oh. These ones. This is every rendition of the 8th edition Dragon Slayer. I think. I don't think I have the Age of Sigmar box. Technically, this is the Age of Sigmar box. Oh my god, it's Grombrindle. And not the Slayer. Yeah, that was the worst one. This was like, what do we do? How do we sell a single plastic Slayer? It's just a repainted thing. Same sprue. Nothing has changed. it's so bizarre. So strange. Yeah. The white dwarf. That's funny. Yeah. I mean, it's cool to see him back, though. Technically, it'd be like this. There you go. The 3 of them. Yeah. Good times. Fun. How old is that? The 8th edition was what? That must have come out in like 2012, 2013? I think. The twin axes. Well, technically, well, yeah, Grombrindle is supposed to show up where he's needed most, but I mean, you know. Why would he appear as a Slayer? Maybe he has at some point. Off the top of my head, I couldn't tell you, but... It's the Age of Sigmar. The comic was, there was a bunch of Skaven assailing some dwarves, and he kind of showed up, but if that's the one you're talking about... He wasn't really a Slayer. He showed up in the first Grombrindle book, in the first story, at like a lodge. Yeah. But, I don't think he was ever shown as a Slayer. Explicitly in, like, Warhammer Fantasy. The comic, though, was, I do remember that comic. I forgot where it was from. I believe it might have been, like, White Dwarf 300. I know for a fact it's in the, sec. God forbid this pronunciation. The Apocrypha. How do you pronounce this? The Apocrypha? It's the collection of prominent White Dwarf articles. But I do believe... it'll tell me... it should be in here. Is it in here? There it is, right there. This one. It may have been this one. Where he kind of shows up at the end. The Legend of the White Dwarf. Oh, it was White Dwarf 300, so I was right. That's cool. That's a big edition. It's this one, most likely, yeah. And there he is. It's awesome. Yeah. I mean, he's looking exceptionally ghoulish. Yeah. It'd be cool to get stuff like this again. That'd be fun. There he is. From way back when. What doesn't make sense? The mini? Which mini? Oh, no, it doesn't make any sense at all. It just doesn't. At all. I think it was every year they wanted to do a Grombrindle mini, if I'm not mistaken. Every year, and most of them were gated behind, like, the White Dwarf subscription, I believe, right? So, like, one you had him as, like, an aviator dude. He's wearing fucking, like, goggles and has a big scarf. Another one he's himself. Another one he's, like, a Thane, almost. You had him as a Space Marine. So, those were kind of dialed in because they actually sculpted him, but the Slayer one was just a reuse. Yeah, I don't think they wanted to do a model that year. Maybe they couldn't. Maybe that might have been it, to be honest. I'm not sure, but yeah, it's pretty lame. It was a little bit lame. It's just, well, you know, that was like tradition. It's like, what Grombrindle model are we going to get now? You're not getting one. When the Space Marine one came out, everyone was like, oh my god, it's squats. It's a squat mini. Yeah, I think my favorite Grombrindle mini is probably... I want to say it came out during, like, 6th edition. It's the one that's straight up, like, him. He's got his helmet, there's beer out of it. He's baring his teeth, he's gritting them. I think that's my favorite one. That's, like, the most White Dwarf one. I can't put a year to it, though. I want to say 6th edition, though. I But they're fun, you know, if you want to collect them or use them for an army or just kind of keep them on a shelf, whatever it may be. They're cool. The Tech Priest one, yeah. I'm not really a big fan of that one. I do like Tech Priests. The older sculpts I'm more a fan of. That one was a bit gross. He's got the lobotomized Black Gobbo. It was Grombrindle and the Black Gobbo. And it's a little bit disturbing. Like, the whole brain is gone and he's like a servitor. It's a bit disturbing. Yeah, it was that one. I think that was 6th edition. It looks very much of the era. I think that might be my favorite. It's just so Grombrindle. Like, that's the most dialed-in portrait I think we've got. It straight up looks like the one from, it's the Adrian Smith art. For actually White Dwarf 300. That's cool. You know what? That probably came out with that, to be honest. All things considered. All things considered. Like, Adrian Smith always draws dwarves looking just gross. They're toothless, they're like just gross, but they're great. Very gritty. The lads. You know, I do wonder if they're even going to release more Grombrindle minis. They're most likely going to keep doing, like, the commemorative stuff, or they're also going to do the Warhammer Plus stuff, which is seemingly amazing if you want to subscribe to that stuff, but yeah. I'm sure they're going to keep playing off of, like, maybe artwork or something. Make them unique. The plastic Empire kits. Those are good. Those are fun. I'm gonna be... Man, have you seen Ludwig? Carl's champion on horse. Ludwig Schwarzhelm. That guy's like the most glorious fucking Empire mini ever made. That was probably my favorite Empire mini when I played Empire. It's just so amazing. It's nuts. Dude is a behemoth. Yeah, those are great. Although when I started Fantasy, I had a lot of the God, when did those even come out? 6th edition? No, even before that. Fuck, the old Karl Franz, the old they only ever had one Gelt. I think I ended up having it must have been 4th or 5th edition where some of these had come out. Which when I got into the hobby, they were still selling them as like Empire minis, but they had Volkmar the Grim. Volkmar the Grim is just... The new one that came out was great. The old one was a bit goofy. He's kind of just standing there with his arms out, T-posing. But they're great, you know, for the nostalgia and for the time, they're awesome. But yeah, the Empire stuff was like top tier. The dwarf stuff, top tier. The orcs and goblins, top tier. All of it was top tier. Kurt was cool. I had Kurt. I rode him around with, like, Reichsguard, because he's the marshal. But, no, those are just great sculpts. 7th edition was, like, for me, my most nostalgic edition was, like, 7th and 8th. 100%. Those two editions were top tier for me. And that's when I kind of got into Fantasy. But there's a lot of, the dwarves had a book from like 6.5. They did a revision, and the 7th edition book was out at the very tail end of 6th, which then was played in 7th. So you had updated units still being played, I think, in 6th edition, but most of the sculpts around that time are just really good. They're all amazing. Super fun, super nostalgic. For me, it's just like yesterday. I look at them and I'm like, I don't even need new ones. I've got everything I need. They might come back out, maybe. I mean, Ludwig is just amazing. That is the best Empire miniature ever made, in my opinion. And, I mean, he's got the mustache. I don't think I'd ever buy them again, but... Like, my time with the Empire is done. Same thing with the greenskins. The only thing left was the dwarves. They survived. The thing is with Made to Order, I think the issue is that I don't know if they're going to want to bring back characters that are not in the setting currently. Like, you can play Kurt Helborg as, like, an Empire general or something, but it seems like a lot of the Made to Order stuff has been kind of already in the world, already playable. I mean, they came out with Queen Helgar and called her a dwarf queen, which you can use her as, like, a lord. But, yeah, not many people remember that campaign anyways, so it's interesting. Yeah. Games Workshop will always find a way to kind of bring you back in. You're like, I don't need this, I don't need this, I don't care about this, and then it's like, well... Ryan, hello, sir. Yeah, I'm not sure, who knows, man. I'm just gonna stay in my lane. I love dwarves, I'm still a fan of the Empire and, like, greenskins and stuff like that, but... my longest standing love is, these guys, so... stay in my lane. Do not deviate. Excuse me. Excusez-moi. No, it's fine. Yeah. I've always enjoyed the Empire and dwarves. I mean, they're bros. So, humans and dwarves are, although not very much the same, they're close enough. Do you like normal people or shorter people with beards? Visually. Both. Yeah, I'm sure that's going to happen. You'll probably get one eventually. Those characters are so expensive, though. They're so expensive. Ungrim's like 60 Canadian. Burlixon, which I actually had to buy. I went back and I thought I had purchased him initially, but I never did. He was $60. They're a little bit expensive. Do you want one miniature or a box of miniatures? Yeah. Quite a bit. They're nice, though. And they're more in line with, like, the 8th edition sizing, because 8th edition kind of brought out a bunch of units that were all a little bit bigger. Like, I don't think Burlixon is so different from, like, 8th edition stuff. He's probably around that height for, like, the Hammerers, the Longbeards. His son, I'm pretty sure, is the same size, most likely. I don't have him built, but maybe. I mean, doesn't she have, like, a dragon form? Like, she's much bigger. You get 2 miniatures in one. Whereas Thorgrim would just be, like, alone. It would make more sense to kind of make him a resin figure instead of, like, a plastic kit. Polar, hello, buddy. Yeah, I don't think they'd do that. I think they'd just make him resin. It's so much easier. Yeah. The Olixons. I've resin printed minis, but not for this stuff, no. My girlfriend and I did Alexander in resin. We printed this years ago and we painted them, and a few people bought some, which is cool. So that'll be interesting. But resin printing is cool. I don't think you'd want a dual kit. I mean, technically, Thorgrim was the throne bearer at some point, like he was part of that, but I mean, he handles the Great Book of Grudges, so maybe, yeah, technically maybe. And it'd be a one-and-done purchase, right? Like, you'd get Ulrich on the throne with the throne bearers, and then you'd get, like, Thorgrim, you know, on foot. Technically, that could be a good box, if they want to go that route. Technically. The pot guy, Alexander. My predictions will be Thunderbarge, Rangers, and Slayers in plastic. And some kooky engineer designs. Some type of, like, melee war machine, like, from one of the old, I think it was David Gallagher art pieces. Because you've pretty much got all the infantry done. I mean, in the armies of infamy for, like, the dwarves in Cetra's Fury, you do have, like, the Slayer host, and you do get what are they called? The Brotherhood of Grimnir. like the Shrine Keepers, essentially, is what they are, which don't have minis. A lot of the Arcane Journal units that are new are just kind of like conversions. So if you want to do, Royal Clan Warriors, you're supposed to put on, like, Longbeard weapons or hammer weapons for, like, Dwarf Warriors. You can make them whatever you want, though, but, like, in terms of a legitimate kit, probably those. I don't think they'd tackle artillery. No, I don't think they're popular enough. The metal sculpts are perfect. I don't think they're really needing, like, any sort of update. The problem is, like, there's nothing technically wrong with the Slayer sculpts. The issue is that they became an Army of Infamy, so, like, it's one of the big major players, one of the 4. And it's, like, the least purchasable thing from Games Workshop. You can easily make an Expeditionary Force. You can easily make a Royal Clan. You can easily make a Grand Army that's, like, everything. But the Slayer host is, like, exclusively metal. It is exclusively CBT. Not everyone's going to want to do that. At least for today's times. Back then, everyone did metal. It would kind of make sense to bring the core of that army into a more approachable state. Because who's going to buy, like, 10 kits of the old Slayers and then kind of hack them up and make them, playable? And I'm sure people will, but it's certainly off-putting. And for the sake of Total War with, like, Malachi and Ungrim and all those things that made it in, like, the last few DLCs, you need a good jumping-off point for, like, the average person. And because plastic Slayers are fucking cool. So I think they'll most likely do that. And then Rangers as well, right? Because Rangers, in 8th edition, I don't think Rangers were so good, if I can remember correctly. I think they all had, like, Ballistic Skill 3. Now having BS4 is just nuts. Even though you could make them... I don't think you could make them Longbeard Rangers in 8th. I think that was gone. In 7th, you can make a bunch of Longbeard Rangers, which was, like, interesting but very expensive. But Rangers being so insanely popular, in tabletop being, like, the best shooting unit for dwarves, and there is no official kit that's, like, out currently, it makes sense to kind of bring those out in plastic. And you can give them a bunch of different poses because they're all skirmishing. But hopefully there's a lot of cool things on the horizon. Not only for, like, Old World, but for also, like, Age of Sigmar. It'll be cool. Give me all of them. No, you will get some, for sure. Next year is going to be big for Age of Sigmar. And even Old World. You're going to get some stuff. Oh, you're going to make the, like, it's the new female heads for, like, the pirate Caradron stuff. Yeah, those guys. I mean, you could do whatever, man. I have no clue. I'd probably use the body of, like... Well, technically, dwarven women are pretty plump. So you could use, You could use, like, the king bit, the shield bearers guy, and then just, like, replace the head. Plump. Who's the rework? Let me guess, Corky? No, it can't be Corky. It's got to be someone who's important. Shyvana. Shyvana is Demacia. It would make sense for Shyvana. Probably Shyvana. I wouldn't... Yeah, see, I'm a bit anal about that, too. I would just make it... You could use a hammer body. She was supposed to get an update, yeah. Oh, the in-game model for Shyvana? You know what? I mean, the next season is Demacia, so who else of Demacia would get an update? Quinn looks fine. Shyvana's ancient. Lux is gonna get one. You could do any of those, yeah. Quinn is serviceable as, like, a champion model. It's not that bad. But for the sake of Demacia being the next focus, you're going to see, like, Lux is going to get updated, Shyvana's going to get updated, Jarvan is going to get updated. There's no reason they wouldn't. And then they're going to go to, like, Bilgewater, and then Bilgewater's going to have Misfortune, Fizz, Nautilus. Yeah, for sure. If you've got a whole season centered around Demacia, you need to fix Demacia. This blade is done. She may have. I mean, whatever champions are popular are going to get skins. It's like if Space Marines are, you know, the big popular thing, they're always going to get love, but... Shit. Silas and Garen buffs. Okay. The problem with buffing Garen is that he's so one-dimensional to the point where, like, if you give him too much, he'll be too dominant because he takes no skill. So you have to kind of keep champs like that in check, or they just kind of take over the game doing nothing. You know, Gangplank sits there and does 50 things, and Garen's just like, QR. QER. So it's really rough. It's hard to balance those champs. QR is in, like, League of Legends abilities, QR. Like, here... It's just League of Legends. Yeah. It's just the abilities, that's it. It's like pressing, shooting a gun or using a sword. It's just abilities. UWER are your 4 ability numbers. Or letters. That's it. Yumi, yeah. Well, she's useless now. League is such a hard thing to balance. There's just too much shit going on. There's way too much crap in that game. But that's how you have to proceed. Just bring out more stuff. More characters, more things to do, more items. Apparently they're going to go back to, like, the old items soon. Oh. This body's pretty much done. Where's the legs that I worked on? This thing. It's not even the right torso. Whoops. That doesn't matter. They're all going to get cleaned anyways. Why? Why are they not modular? What the fuck? Right. The only kit of the time that was not modular, it seems. Okay. All right, folks, I think I am going to end here. I'm going to go have lunch and then stream on the main channel. So that is going to be it for me for now. It was a decent trek. Got some stuff done, but every day is just going to be more of, like, incremental things being done. So that's good enough. I'm happy with it. But with that being said, everyone, thank you for hanging out. Be well. I've seen him before. Well, you'll see me on the other channel very soon. But yeah, with that being said, oh shit. With that being said, take care, folks. I will see you guys shortly. My back is much better. Yeah, I've got another appointment tomorrow, and then I'm probably going to tell him that's it, because it's much better. But yeah, everyone be well. Thank you for hanging out. Thank you for the ramblings and the scraping of the plastic, and we will be on later. So peace, peace, be well, and I will catch you all shortly. So take care, folks. See you soon.